Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and share my screen. All right, and you guys can see my screen okay as well?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, Professor.
Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna go ahead and get us started. I just wanted to make sure that I got everyone who's online. Okay. So all right. I want to see the screen better. So I'm gonna go ahead and get you guys started today. It looks like most of you are gonna be attending online, but uh, if you are wanting to attend in the classroom, we are gonna be conducting class in the classroom every week as well. Okay, so you're welcome to join us here or online. This is a hybrid course, so you can do either one. Okay, so I'm Professor LaRue, and this is business leadership class. We're gonna be going through quite a number of chapters on how to become a better leader and a better manager, and what the differences are between the two. And what I'm gonna go through today first is give you a quick intro of what we're covering, and then we're gonna jump into chapter 1. So as always, feel free to ask any questions. I'm happy to help. Okay. Let me see. Make sure that we get the volume going. All right. So you guys can see the syllabus, okay, on that screen?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go through a little bit of the syllabus and what's expected for this class, and then we'll go ahead and get uh, started with chapter 1 after this. So, are any of you new to this class or new to Westcliff? Have any of you not gone over GAP before?
New to Westcliff and first time in this class as well, but I haven't gone over GAP before.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna walk you through a little bit of what that looks like, so you're familiar with how to do those assignments in GAP. So usually what I do is I will conduct a lecture, and then we'll go over what's due at the end of class. The lecture is being recorded, so you can always refer back to it towards the end if you missed anything on the homework part. Okay. So if you're navigating for the first time through GAP, when you click on this course, it should be the LDR 300. You're going to come across a couple of icons here that ask you before you begin the course where you should click. The first thing that you're going to notice is the course syllabus. So you want to click on that because that's going to help you become more familiar with what we're going to cover, right? So here you're gonna see that the first page of the syllabus has a link to the course textbook, which you're signing up through Prolego, and then you'll be able to read the textbook online, right? And if you need that link, I'll share it on the chat window so you have that as well. Okay. All right. So I shared that link on the chat window just in case, but you can just grab it from the syllabus. So the book is going to be Kosa's book that talks about the leadership challenge. So we're going to be going through that next. Okay. The next thing it's gonna go over is the outcomes of the learning outcomes that we're gonna go over in this class, and then it gives you a list of all the assignments that are due and how many points each of them you will receive. So week 1, we are gonna be going through chapters 1 and 2. And what you want to do is make sure that you post your initial response, the discussion question response, and I'll go over it at the end of class today. But you want to make sure that you go through that response by Wednesday of the week. So that gives everyone a chance to respond to their peers by Sunday. So again, I'll go over this in more detail towards the end of class, but you are required to do an initial response and then answer 2 peer responses as well, okay? So that you get full credit for those assignments. Does that make sense? Any questions on that? If you miss class, you want to go ahead and go back into GAP and click on the VCS template and VCS instruction. So say that any of you missed today, you can just go in and turn in an assignment for chapters 1 and 2 based on these VCS template and VCS instructions, and that way you can get credit for the class that you missed, okay? So make sure that you keep up with that in case you miss any courses, okay?
Hey, excuse me, Professor, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you received my email, I think it was earlier this week, about the eye appointment? Would I have to do a paper since I might miss part of the class, or?
No, not if you miss part of the class. If you miss the whole class, then you would.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, and yeah, just make sure that you check in with me so that I mark you present, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I'll do that once I get back. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. So again, on GAP, first things that you want to do is go through the course syllabus. This is the Zoom meeting link that you will be clicking on to join via Zoom if you're not coming into the classroom. And then these are the assignments that are going to be due each week. So we're on the week of June 29th here. So you're going to be working on the discussion questions. We are going to be selecting a team today. So we're going to go ahead and work on that next. And then I will be able to give you participation points for participating in class discussion, which we're going to do through breakout rooms and also in the class. Okay. And then each week is pretty similar. So week 2, we're going to be doing an essay, but we're going to continue work on the team charter for the final presentation project at the end of the course. Week 3, again, we're going to be doing similar discussion questions, video assignment, and continue working on the project timeline. So from week to week, it's not totally different from what we're going to be putting together, okay? Any questions on that before I move on? Okay. So the next thing I wanted to talk about is plagiarism. And at Westcliff, we have a tool that's called we're going to be going through a series of essay questions that we're going to be answering Westcliff has a tool called Turnitin, and Turnitin does track anything that you are copying material over from another source. So for those of you who use AI in your homework assignments, it's fine to use it in the discussion questions. But in the essays, if you are using AI, it's gonna show that when I try to grade it. And so we won't be able to accept that if it's all AI written. So you want to make sure that when you prepare your essays, you do them, even if you are using AI for research purposes, you have to write the essay in your own words, okay? We'll go ahead and talk a little bit more about that once we get into the homework assignments. But here is a video I wanted to show you about plagiarism, and I'll share it with you in the chat window as well. This will give you an idea of what's allowed and what's not allowed as far as material that you might be using from internet or AI. Okay.
Have relaxed too much and didn't actually write your own papers. In fact, I believe a certain few of you took almost everything right off the internet.
Damn. Worry you might be him? Then you should definitely keep watching. Hi, I'm Jessica from Scribber, here to help you achieve your academic goals. Plagiarism is when you use someone else's words or ideas without crediting the source and pass it as your own. It's okay to use others' words and ideas, but you have to cite them. Committing plagiarism might save you time for a short while, but it comes at a high price. Depending on your institution's rules and the type of plagiarism, you might fail your course or even get suspended or expelled from your university. And no one wants that, right? Let's talk about 5 types of plagiarism you might encounter. Although they differ in severity, it's still not acceptable to commit any kind of plagiarism. And plagiarism checkers like Turnitin can detect all of them very easily. Verbatim plagiarism, also known as copy and paste plagiarism, as its name suggests, is when you directly copy and paste text from a source without citing the author. If you want to use an author's exact words, you need to quote the original source by putting it in quotation marks and include an in-text citation. Check out our video on how to quote. Imagine a patchwork. You take different pieces of cloth and make it into a whole. That's exactly what patchwork or mosaic plagiarism is. You copy phrases and ideas from different sources and put them together to create a new text. In order to piece the different texts together nicely, this kind of plagiarism often includes some paraphrasing. It also requires a little more effort than the rest. So if you're already putting in the effort anyways, might as well completely avoid it. If you need a little help on paraphrasing, I got you. Click this video here. Paraphrasing plagiarism is the most common type of plagiarism, so pay extra attention. It's completely okay to paraphrase, but just because you rewrote it in your own words doesn't make the idea yours. So remember to give credit and cite the original source. Global plagiarism is when you take someone else's work entirely and use it as your own. That includes if you find a text online and submit it as your own, but also if you get someone to write your essay for you, like her.
But this is the exact same paper, word for word, that you can buy for $15 on turnpaper.com. It even has the same title and footnotes.
Maybe they copied my paper.
This is one of the most serious type of plagiarism, as it involves deliberately and directly lying about the authorship of a work. So don't even think about it. You can also commit plagiarism by reusing the work you've previously submitted. This is called self-plagiarism. So no turning in a paper you've already submitted for another class or recycling ideas developed from previous assignments. Just because it's your own work, it still counts as academic dishonesty because you've already gotten credit for the work. Woohoo! Now you're ready to move on to how to avoid plagiarism. Click this video here. But before you go, don't forget to drop a like and sub.
Okay, so hopefully this makes a little more sense of what you want to do when you're writing or putting together a paper or a document. You want to make sure that you are quoting your sources. And again, if you are using AI, It's okay to do it for the discussion questions, but for the essays, you do want to put it in your own words because Westcliff does track all that AI work, and so I won't be able to accept that those essays if they are AI written. Okay. Does that make sense? Any questions on that before we get going with the rest? Okay. So what we're gonna do next is I wanted to go through the list of people today, and maybe you can go ahead and introduce yourselves. Let us know where you're located. If you're not in the Irvine, California area. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have a little breakout session so that we can form some groups for the final presentation. So I will start here in the classroom if that's okay. I'll go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Professor Brew. I've been teaching here at Westcliff for about 4 or 5 years. And I do teach a number of business courses. So you might have me in other business courses as well. But I also teach at other colleges around California, both remote and in person. So yeah, I've had quite a number of years of experience teaching business. I'm always available to help you with anything you need, and if I can't help you, I'm happy to find the resources for you. So please reach out if I can help with anything, even if it's outside of this class. And a little bit about me. I went to school here in Irvine, so I'm pretty familiar with this area. I'm originally from Argentina, so big soccer fan. So if any of you are soccer fans, check in with me. And then I spent about 20 years living in San Francisco, Silicon Valley area. So you'll often hear me talk about my experience in the corporate world from the years I spent there. So I'll turn it over to you if you'd like to go next.
Yes, my name is Umut, and I'm an international student from Denmark. I've been here in Westcliff since spring, and this is my last classes before I have to go to Denmark. And then I have to finish my studies over there, and I'm gonna become a marine engineer. Yeah, and right now I live with my grandparents, and I have so much family over here. That's why I chose to come here out of all places.
And the weather too, right?
Oh yeah, the weather is great. I was here last year as well, but that was for vacation.
Yeah.
It's great.
I went to Copenhagen a couple of years ago, but I went in December.
Oh.
And it was so cold, and people were like, "It's really nice out. Actually, it's sunny, and the weather is very mild." And I was like, "Oh my god!" Compared to California, it was freezing, but beautiful, beautiful place. Yeah. So thank you for introducing yourself. Justice, do you want to go next?
Okay. Yeah, my name is Justice, and I live in Texas, originally from Ghana. I have 1 more year to complete my classes, and then I'm also a soccer fan as well. And what do you call my major is cybersecurity, and I guess that's it.
Great. Good to hear. How long have you been in Texas?
About 5 years.
Oh, okay. So yeah, quite a bit. Okay, great. How do you like Texas?
It's hot.
It's hot, right? Are you Texas or Southern Texas?
What do you say again, sorry?
You're in Southern Texas or?
Yes.
Yeah. So a little hotter and humid, right?
Yes, yeah, that's true.
Well, thank you for joining us. How about Robert? Do you want to go next?
Yes, hi. My name's Robert. I'm a Navy veteran. I live in the Riverside County area, so and I've lived here, wow, since like the 70s. So I'm also this is also my last. I'm down to 8 more months, and then I'll be done with school. And then I was sad to see Ecuador lose the other day in soccer. My mother's from Ecuador, so I was kind of bummed.
Yeah, I know. It was so sad. They played a hard game. They gave Mexico a hard time.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I've been watching games here and there, but yeah, I made sure that I watched that game, the Mexico one.
Yeah, for sure.
But thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Adrian, do you want to go next?
Yeah. I majored in Flores. Born and raised here in California. I'm up in Santa Maria. It's about 3 or 4 hours north of Irvine. Um, Army vet. I don't know if I just said that or not. Going for my bachelor's in business administration. Doing school, doing extra school and stuff to get another certification and see what I could do with another degree behind me. Yeah.
Good for you. Good. Good to hear. How long have you been in the Army? Many
I
years?
was in the Army. I was in the Army for about 5 years.
Okay. Okay, good. Good to hear. Well, welcome to the class. Hopefully it's useful. Sola, did you want to go next? I don't know if I pronounced your name right.
Yeah, that's correct, Professor.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna.
Professor, did you say Zola?
Yes.
No,
Okay, yeah, my
thought
name is Zola.
I was supposed to say. So you can go ahead.
Yeah, I live in Texas. I live in El Paso, Texas. I'm originally from Togo, West Africa. I've been in West Cliff for almost 3 years now. I'm almost done. I'm a soccer fan as well, and I'm rooting for France, you know.
Yeah.
My major is in cloud computing, well, computer science, cloud computing. And yeah, that'll be all.
That's great. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm half French, so I'm rooting for France too. But if they go against Argentina, I'm gonna be rooting for Argentina.
Yes. When I saw your name, I thought that would be that I saw the French Leroux, then I thought it might be French. Yeah.
Yeah, I speak French as well. All right. Well, thank you. John, did you want to go next?
Yes. My name is John Rick Stewart. I was in the Army for 5 years. I'm originally from Ghana. I live in Virginia, but as we speak, I'm in Ghana right now because I just had a baby. So I'm in Ghana right now. I'm into sports. After I left the army, I have my own soccer management agency that I'm running a little bit here and there. Uh, yeah, and I'm supporting Ghana and France for the World Cup. So yeah.
Hey.
And also, I would say this business classes has a very important meaning for me since I'm trying to make sure my own business stands and push it forward from there. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think who we can introduce Sammy. Do you want to go next?
Hello, everybody. My name is Sami Guerrier. I'm from Haiti, currently living in Houston, Texas. I'm also a US Army veteran, and I'm currently working as a cloud architect. And I also watch football. I mean, In my country, we just say football, we don't say soccer. And my team is Brazil and
Okay.
Haiti. Yes, so it was Haiti and Brazil, but we just got disqualified. So right now I'm rooting for Brazil.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's about it, Professor.
Yeah, I love Brazil. I have a professor friend who's from Brazil, so we always argue about football.
Yes, perfect.
Brazil is very good. I have to admit. If we didn't have Messi, I don't think we would be winning as much as we have. So.
Yes.
Well, welcome,
Thank you.
Sammy.
Thank you, Professor.
Kylie, do you want to go next?
You said Kyle?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Kyle Montenegro. I am an Army veteran. I'm taking a bachelor's in business administration, and I'm halfway there. I think I got uh 4 semesters left before I graduate. So nice to meet you all.
Nice, nice. Very good. Thank you. Welcome. Let's see if we missed anyone. Basim, do you want to go next?
Sure. My name is Bassem Aziz. I'm also an Army veteran. I have a bachelor's already in HR management. I got that at Cal State Dominguez Hills. I live here in Anaheim, close to Disneyland. Um, I'm Egyptian, so my team I always have to represent in FIFA is Egypt, and we play tomorrow. So just looking forward to that.
Oh, good luck.
Thank
Who
you.
do you play?
What was that?
Who do you play tomorrow?
Australia.
Australian. Okay. Okay. Well, good luck. Okay.
Thank
Egypt is my next big trip, so I might ask you some questions on recommendations of where to go. Hopefully, I'll get to go next year.
Oh, it's fun out there. There's a lot of tourist destinations you could go to. There's a lot of, it's very cheap too. So it's like 50, right now it's like 50 pounds per dollar. So your dollar goes a long way there.
Oh, nice. Good to hear. Perfect. Thank you.
You're
Welcome.
welcome.
How about Richard? Do you want to go next?
Hi, my name's Richard. Got about a year left to my bachelor's. I'm a Air Force vet. I work full time as well. Work in school, and I got a family as well. It's pretty much it. Coach football as well.
Oh, good. Good to hear. Welcome. How about Chapo? Do you want to go next?
Hi everyone. My name is Bruno. I'm a veteran as well. I live in Tennessee, Clarksville, and I also like soccer. I'm originally from Cameroon. I'm currently there right now and probably be back in the US next month. And I'm rooting for Argentina in the World Cup.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm a super Messi fan, so I can't say nothing wrong about Messi around me.
I know, he's just awesome. He just keeps going no matter how old he is. He just keeps going. So welcome. And then Agaman, do you want to go next?
Yes, Professor. Hello, everyone. My name is Agman Kotwal. I'm from Nepal and I'm studying BVA. Thank you.
Great. Welcome.
Thank you,
Nice.
Professor.
Rachel, do you want to go next?
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Rachel. This is actually my very last class as I just graduated last weekend. So this is my very last class. And I graduated with a bachelor's in business administration. And I was also on the softball team, so I just finished that as well.
Great. Congratulations. That must feel good to be taking last class, right?
Yes, always.
Well, welcome to this class as well. And then Kevin, do you want to go next?
Woo!
Yes, that's okay. Hi, I'm Kevin. I'm located in Westminster, kind of close to Irvine.
Oh,
This is my
Or
second,
if they were
first week. Huh? Hello?
Oh, there we go. Go ahead.
Okay. No, should I start? Okay. Hi, I'm Kevin. I'm located in Westminster, nearby Irvine. Navy vet. First week with Westcliff, so seeing what I can get or will learn through this course. And I like the enthusiasm with the soccer. I'm not into sports, but I do enjoy watching that's pretty much it. I don't know if you can hear me. I heard the mic go on and off, but
Yeah, no, you were fine. Yeah,
I
and I'm not a huge sports fan either, but when it comes every 4 years when it comes to the World Cup, then I become a soccer fan. So I'm with
okay.
you. Well, welcome, Kevin. Rodrigo, do you want to go next?
Hi, everybody. My name is Rodrigo Valdez. I'm actually a United States Marine veteran, and I'm majoring in business and accounting, and also, uh, I I'm a bigger baseball fan. Of course, Dodger Otani. He's bigger than Messi because he's a pitcher and a batter, not just a kicker, not a striker. If Messi was badass, he would have been a goalie and a striker.
That's true. He's too small for goalie.
But at the end of the day, for soccer, I root for the U.S. America comes first for me, and then I root for Mexico because that's my blood where it resonates. But at the end of the day, I root where I was born, and yeah, that's it. And I'm pretty much halfway through my degree, and I live right here in Irvine, and I'm a single father as well.
Okay, thank you, Rodrigo. Welcome. All right. And we're gonna go back to the classroom. There's a couple more folks that joined us, so if you wanna introduce yourselves.
So my name is Alexander. I'm from Germany. I'm an exchange student though. I'm doing my business administration degree now here. So I root for Germany, but unfortunately we lost to worst team ever. So it's a shame for us. Now I think I'm gonna root for France. Yeah, now France gonna win. And yeah.
Yeah, they've been doing okay, right? France has been leading in their group.
I think France will win.
Yeah. And yeah, they won a couple of World Cup back, right?
Yeah.
They won, so hopefully they do okay. Yeah, if you want to go ahead and put it in your initials by your name, that would be great. And welcome to the class.
Okay, I'm Tamadr Harbi. I'm from Saudi Arabia. My first language is Arabic, not English. I'm studying business administration management. And this first year for me here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So welcome. Hope you guys do okay. Yeah, and if you want to put your initials by your name, that would be great. So, so what I wanted to share is a quick story about when I first started college. So I studied here at UC Irvine. My classes at the time were like 300 students, so we never got to like talk to the professor or anybody else for that matter. So I was pretty lost when I first started school, and I feel like students that are online sometimes feel a little bit that way too. So I feel like sometimes connecting with other students in a group might help you just navigate better the class. So if you can't reach me for any reason, you can always connect with your other students in the class. And a lot of times they can help you navigate through assignments or something that you're missing and you have questions on. So my recommendation would be to go ahead and exchange contact information with one another. That way you can start talking in your groups, either through a WhatsApp group or a chat group via text or Snapchat, whatever you guys prefer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign you some groups for those of you remote today. And then you guys in the classroom, you will be in one group as well, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign you guys here in the classroom to be group 1. So if you can put by your name, the group number, and you guys get together and exchange contact information now. Take the time to do that. So that way, when it comes to final presentation time, you guys will turn in that project together. Now, for those folks in the remote, I know that Robert requested to be in a group together with Adrian and Bassam. So let me create a group and then I'll take you guys around a little bit so that way you guys can be in the same group. So it's 14, so 16, so we'll probably do 3 groups of 5. Give me a minute so that I can get you guys all in the same group. So it looks like room 1, Adrian, Basin, Justice, Kevin, and Robert, you guys are all in the same group. So I think that worked out good. Okay. Does that make sense? And then
yes.
Group 2, Ekman, Katira, Kyle, Rachel, and Richard, you guys will be together in group 2. And then group 3, Bruno, John, Rodrigo, Sam, and Sola, you guys are going to be in group 3. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the breakout room. And so if you can please exchange contact information with one another, so that way you can begin the final presentation work sooner rather than later. What I'd also like to do is get one of you to be the team lead for your group. So you guys can decide among each other in your particular groups who will be your lead. And then just let me know when we come back from breakout room session. Does that make sense? So I'm going to go ahead and open up the rooms, and then we'll go ahead and exchange contact information, and then we'll go from there. So I'll give you guys a few minutes to do that now, okay? All right. So if you guys can do the same here, so if you can get together, exchange contact information, and then pick a group lead.
Okay, we are the same group.
Yeah.
Like 3, okay.
Yeah. So
today the leader, you can choose later maybe to figure it.
I'm gonna email you with the team lead assignment. So either of you, if you guys want to change it later, it's fine.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
So it's just a team chart, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna assign you guys group 4 if that's okay, because these guys online they're gonna be 1 to 5, 1 already. So so yeah. So we'll go ahead. Assign you group 4. Yeah. So if you guys, the 3 of you can exchange contact information, and then we'll go ahead and pick up.
Yeah. Good. Great. Ambition. Ich bin aus Denmark. Aus Denmark? Oh. Yeah. What is your number? We have to use WhatsApp if that's okay.
Yeah, WhatsApp will be good.
Okay, great. I'll check my number. What's your number on WhatsApp?
213
213
726
726 choose one. Is it American?
Yeah, it's American.
Okay.
I have both, but it's American working. 213.
213.
726.
726.
79.
79.
73.
73. Yours is German?
No, Ukrainian.
Ukrainian. Was Alexander?
Alex. Yeah.
Alex.
Who wants to be team leader?
You can be team leader.
Okay.
I don't know if it's that important. It's usually not that important.
Next.
Notification. And for the team selection, Professor, we just need to do a word and say
Yeah.
Or
One person should submit it, right?
Yeah. And like in the last week, like presentation, we do it all, or it's one of the team.
So the team lead will upload the final presentation for
and
the rest of the team, but you guys all present.
And the class, we all visit outside. Yeah, thank you.
I had a question.
Yes.
We had to do the initial DQ question till today.
Do yesterday, yeah, the initial one, yeah.
Pavlizhev. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah. I know it's hard.
Yeah. It's all those Slavic names, they're so hard. Blashikovsky.
Yeah, we'll give folks another minute.
Wait, you can see in Zoom who's talking in the group.
Yeah, so it looks like they're still chatting. So group one is still going, and group three is still going. We'll give them another minute.
Do we need to write what our subject is in the team selection?
Yeah, if you guys have already have a plan in mind, yes.
Yeah.
Well, what we'll do is we'll usually do at the end of class a group. Today we're doing it at the beginning so that we get the groups together, but usually I'll give you guys like class so you can talk about.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great.
Yeah, leadership is a fun class. I think you guys will enjoy it. It gives you a chance to kind of get a taste for what it's like to, manage a team and maybe someday, whenever you work for an organization, maybe you can assume a leadership role. There's a big need for managers out there, supervisors. That didn't used to be that way in the past. but I think now there's a big exit, and I'll talk about this more during class, but the generation of baby boomers exited the workforce since COVID started. Even before COVID started exiting the workforce. And what happened was they left a lot of management positions open that haven't been filled. So there's a big need for supervisors and managers to be able to do that. And so they're looking for the younger generation to step up and do that now.
There's also many companies they go for holacracy or lean structure in their companies, especially in Denmark. So many more people are becoming managers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's all over the world. It's not just the U.S., but the U.S. there was a very big baby boomer population, and the next population was my generation, which we didn't have enough people, and a lot of my population didn't want to become management or leaders, right? So there's a lot of spots that are opening up for the next generation to start filling in quickly. So like I work with a consulting firm that we actually do that. We are starting to look at younger folks that are not as experienced that are willing to start supervising or managing projects and managing people. So hopefully you guys will learn from that and be able to step up. I mean, it's not for everybody, as you'll probably learn throughout the course, but a lot of times it gives you better salary, better position, more responsibility.
But isn't it hard to hire managers and leaders during immigration?
Yeah.
That's why a lot of do you know Novo Nordisk? Yeah, they fired recently 5,000 employees. That's they work all of the employees, and there was managers. Most of them was the corporate people, sales people and stuff.
Yeah, that seems to be a trend throughout the years. I've noticed that when they start laying off people, sales and marketing are the first folks to go.
And also student health. I was one of them.
Yeah, unfortunately. But hopefully things will turn around. Hopefully after this year, we'll see how the market does. Okay, let me close the rooms before. Yeah, sometimes because my daughter's recently graduated, and so they were looking for jobs. It took them a long time. My youngest daughter took 9 months before she got a position, and it wasn't like an extraordinary position. She's working for the courts now, but and she graduated with a master's too, so it wasn't just a bachelor's, but still took her a lot longer than expected. So, but sometimes that's you just gotta ride the wave. It's gonna the economy is eventually gonna climb back up.
You can hold it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's usually cyclical, right? So every so many years we go through some kind of downturn, and some take longer than others to get back on track. But we'll see. Yeah. All right. So I gave you guys a little extra time on the breakout room sessions because I know some of you were still chatting. But group one, Adrian, Justice, Kevin, and Robert, what kind of contact information did you guys end up exchanging?
We started with a WhatsApp group.
Okay, great. Did you guys have a lead pick that is gonna that you guys can turn your work to?
No, we were trying to figure out getting the whole group started out majority of the time.
Okay. So what Adrian, would you feel comfortable being the lead? You can always change it if you run into issues down the line.
Yeah, for sure. We've all got our contact information, so we could figure that out as well.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna put you as team lead for now, and then if you guys want to switch, that's okay. So you'll be the team lead for group 1, and I'm gonna email you guys that information too, so you have each other's email addresses as well. Okay. So thank you for sharing. How about group 2? Agaman, Katira, Kyle, Rachel, and Richard. What kind of contact information did you guys end up exchanging?
So I can speak for the group. We exchanged information with our Westcliff email and also some phone contact. And I've been told to be the leader, so I'll be the team leader.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for doing that, Kyle. So, and then group 3, Bruno, John, Rodrigo, Sam, and Shola. What kind of contact information did you guys decide on?
Yeah, in group 3, we exchange our phone number for WhatsApp, so we can we create a WhatsApp group chats. And I'll be the group leader for now, in case something changes down the road and somebody will take over.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All right, and here in the classroom, who's going to be the lead for you?
I can just be.
Okay, all right, perfect. So, put that in here. All right. So again, I'm going to email you guys with a group assignment so that you have that information via email as well. But if you guys want to change anything or switch leads, that's totally okay. What we're going to do is we're going to spend a few minutes at the end of class each week and have you guys work on your group project so that by week 7 we have the final draft ready ahead of time instead of cramming everything until the last minute. So hopefully that'll work.
Professor, sorry. So what we have to submit on week 1 for the team project, team selection.
So all you have to do is pick out the team names and the team lead, and then you just post that on the gap assignment. So your team lead, so Ivan, it looks like your first 2. So it looks like your team lead is Kyle. So Kyle, if you can go ahead and upload that for your team, and then the rest of the team will get credit for that charter. Okay, so all you have to do is put together either a Word document or Excel document with your team names and who the team lead is. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes, Professor.
The
And
team name.
I'll talk about it more at the end of class when we go over the homework too. Okay, so what we're gonna do next is we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break. So you guys can grab a snack or drink or use the restroom, and then we're gonna come back at 2:45 and jump into chapter 1. Okay. So I'll see you guys in a few minutes. And you guys are familiar with the facility here? There's a cafe type thing at the end of the hall.
I have a quick question, Professor.
I'm sorry?
I have a quick question for attendance, Professor. So you're gonna do it after every day, or you're gonna do it at the beginning of every class?
About the homework, you mean?
No, I'm talking about attendance, like daily attendance.
Oh, attendance. So I usually do it about halfway into the class. Yeah. So if you need to leave early, you mean?
Yes, because I just sent you a private message at the beginning of the class, so I'm just trying to make sure, you know.
Yeah, so I already took attendance today because we're trying to build the teams.
Okay.
So you're okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
How long have you lived in Germany?
Since 2022.
Mhm. So you're a refugee?
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get into chapter 1 now. So again, if you have any questions, just let me know. Feel free to interrupt me. So you guys were asking in the chat window about notes, and Zoom now does AI notes after the Zoom, so you might be able to refer back to those. I'm gonna email you guys the link after probably this evening or tomorrow, so that way you can go back and refer to anything you might have missed during class. Okay. So, do you guys have any questions before I get started with chapter 1? All right, so we're gonna jump into leadership, and what we'll do is we'll go through some breakout sessions, some YouTube videos. I'll talk about some of the slides that we cover in chapter 1, and then again, feel free to stop me as I go through the material. So leadership is more than just becoming a manager and leading a team, right? It also means that you get to influence the people that you work with, or the projects that you manage. It depends on what kind of leader or organization you're working for. That's going to dictate what kind of leadership style also you're going to adopt. So we're going to learn all about this throughout the course, but chapter 1 talks more about how you can use different leadership qualities to influence others, right? So it doesn't just mean that you get to tell people what to do. If there's different areas that we're gonna cover, such as influencing others, having an intention, responsibility, driving change, having the same purpose, and then also being a follower. So I want you to think of a great leader that that you think of whenever you think about powerful leaders around the world. And this would be like a positive example of a leader. And it could be someone close to you that has had a leadership role, or it could be someone famous, or it could be here in the US, or it could be abroad. So I want you to get together with your groups and exchange information on this with one another, and come up with at least 1 or 2 leaders that you guys recognize as being really good leaders, and why. Okay, why does that make a difference? So in my experience, one of the greater leaders, and you'll hear me talk about him from time to time. I worked at Kaiser Permanente, which is a big medical firm in the West Coast, but they're all over the US. And at Kaiser, I had a really good manager that eventually became a great leader for the organization. He became the chief investment officer for all of Northern California Kaiser, which operated with like 200,000 employees. So it was like the biggest employer in Northern California at the time. So there are a variety of reasons why he was such a great leader, but I think that the reason why we all liked him so much and so forth was because he kind of believed in us. He built us up to step in and lead projects, lead conferences, lead in the workplace, just like he was a leader. So it wasn't just about him. He would just transfer that responsibility to us and help us build ourselves throughout the years.
My father passed, he's like judge in my country, and he's like my leader. And my mother now is a teacher. She teach like for 20 years. And they have like my parents, they're my leader. They give you like I want to do something in my career. I want to build my career.
Yeah, based on what you found from your own parent. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I'm gonna have you guys again get together in groups and pick a leader or two that you want to share information on, and I'm gonna put you guys back into the breakout rooms, and you guys can talk about that as well in your own breakout room. So I'll give you a few minutes in the breakout room session, and you can let us know when you come back into the main room who your top leaders were that you picked. Okay.
What would see the mistake that you then?
I'm trying to think, but I can't.
Maybe you have like
Do you know any?
Amazon.
Who?
Leader for Amazon.
Is he like considered a good one? I only heard bad things about him. But who? Jeff Bezos. He has a bad reputation. It's the same with Elon Musk.
Yeah, but every leader has a better reputation.
Is it like that?
Yeah. Because not everyone is happy with you if you leave, obviously.
What's your like favorite company?
Amazon.
Amazon. Do you use it as well in Germany?
Hmm?
Do you use it a lot in Germany?
Yeah, also my sister works at Amazon. She is manager. She manages, we guess, these Switzerland.
I mean, we can take Amazon, but I'm very sure that someone else is gonna pick Amazon as well. We can be a little more creative. Elon Musk.
Yeah.
This is also in a way. Use something like something more unique. Okay, let's take for example.
It has to be in like an organizational leader.
No. Anyone you can think of. So you guys were saying, for example, your own parent might sometimes be the best leadership role. Yeah.
So this
Anybody?
So
Yeah.
we can try.
Is he the CEO now?
Yeah.
Isn't it? What about? Isn't it Bill Gates? That's the CEO of Microsoft.
Oh, I wrote him about in my DQs. Yeah, he's a good example.
Yeah.
I did research on him. He's a good example.
Yeah, I'm down to Satya Nadella.
Yeah, I wrote about him in my DQ.
Great.
I read a lot of it.
Great. Let's just pick that guy then.
Yeah.
Transformational and authentic style. Okay. Great. Is this for the project we're choosing now?
You can use it for the project later, but no, this is just for class discussion right now.
No. That's good to know. Important for you.
Great.
The teams that are still chatting, so you don't mind.
Satya. Satya. Probably Satya. Satya. I have a question. The presentation should be like 10 minutes long, yeah?
Yeah. It can be longer if you want it, but yeah, each of you should spend about 3 to 5 minutes.
Great.
That'll be fun. We'll do a class party at the end. I'll bring food and we'll have other presentations. The final day will be fun. Be a good time.
Wait, I heard food and bringing in stuff. I'm there.
Okay, there you go.
I like food.
Final presentation day on week 8. What we'll do is we'll have a little class party. So if you guys want to join us, I'll bring some food and drinks, and we'll do final presentations that day.
I'm down.
All right. So we'll start with group 1. So Adrian, Basim, Justice, Kevin, and Robert. Who did you guys pick as a leader that you guys look up to?
So we actually chose Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
Because he set extremely high standards for himself and his teammates.
Yeah.
He was obsessively studied the game. And so he watched films constantly and sought continuous improvement. So that's why we chose him, because he's impactful as a leader to other people.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. And that's what it takes, right? Having a bit of a vision and shared goals before instead of just you being the lead all the time, right? And it's all about you. It's more about sharing with the team. That's what a great leader. So you're correct, Robert. Thank you for sharing that. How about group 2? Agamon, Katira, Kyle, Rachel, Richard, what did you guys come up with as far as a notable leader that you guys picked, and why?
When you said we about 2 leaders, we talked about and thought about 2 leaders. Richard, if you want, you can start.
Yeah, first one was Roosevelt. I know I'm a little older, but saw us through World War II with, 4th of July coming up. He led by example. He went against the grain, and I mean, our forest is what it is because of him. I think as far as leadership goes, he sets the bar pretty high.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it could be someone from, long time ago that still inspires today. Or it could be someone closer to home, right? So thank you for sharing that. How about group 3? Bruno, John, Rodrigo, Shola, what did you guys end up picking as a leader in your group?
So we had like a little bit debate, but there was like 2 of them that we picked, and one of them was Elon. And the only reason we picked Elon because the way he started was he started with PayPal, and then he sold PayPal. Even though he made the money with PayPal, he got his money, he invested it, he got his group, and they made Tesla. And even with the money of Tesla, he wasn't happy. He still, he had to listen to many people and many ideas to create SpaceX. And even with SpaceX, he's still creating other ideas. Because I'm gonna say for myself, if I had $1 billion, I would have just settled down, bought myself my yacht, my couple mansions, and said, "Screw you all, I'm going home." But it's a great leader. He's still pushing forward to ideas, and he's pushing the boundaries of where he could help people in bringing their ideas to life with the money he has.
Yep, exactly.
And one of my group members also, I'm not sure if he's he hear me, if he wants to speak about the other person.
Or you can bring him up if you want.
I'm not sure if was it John, are you there?
So
Or was it?
other person we wanted to talk about was Nelson Mandela of South Africa during the type of apartheid where like the blacks were being discriminated with the white minority in South Africa, where it's just almost similarly compared to the Black Lives Matter in America right now. So he was locked up, got in prison, came out, and still was able to work with the regime that got him enslaved and locked up in prison. And he won a Nobel Peace Prize for doing that, and that's why we picked him.
Yeah, excellent example. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, and so sometimes we have very powerful leaders across different countries, and not always good examples, right? But they're still powerful leaders. They know how to lead people, and Mandela is a prime example for leading the people in the right direction, right? So thank you for sharing that one. With Elon Musk, I remember when I first started teaching this course, I used to have a bunch of videos, and they were great. You know, he was like a good speaker, and he would encourage people to think about, beyond the, the landscape here, to think, of going further. And then he got into government and he became very controversial. So I stopped showing any videos on Elon Musk, but it still doesn't make him, a bad leader. Like you guys were explaining, he did lead several very successful projects. We wouldn't be here today with all the things that he invented so far, right? And he's still going to remain a strong leader. Luckily, he's not taking part in government anymore. I think that helped. But anyway, I stopped talking about Elon because of that. But he just became a little too controversial. So thank you for sharing those. And here in the classroom, who did you guys come up with?
We chose the CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, and since becoming like CEO in 2014, he has like improved the company a lot with both the culture and the structure, as well as the processes. So he's kind of like changed up the culture. So like he was more like a calm person, and rather than like very charismatic. So he changed the mindset of the employees to like be more optimistic and more encouraged and motivated to come to work and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And that goes, it's a huge organization. So these leaders are affecting a lot of people in the manner they conduct themselves, right? And lead the rest of the team. So it could be very powerful, especially when they're leading large groups like this. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and look at a video that talks about leadership and how to do it. So let me show you this one next. I'll share it with you on the chat window. So if you guys want to go back and refer to any of these for when you do the homework or the final project, feel free. This one is called Why It's Crucial to Be a Leader and How to Do It. And it's from ALOX. So let me show you this one next. Okay.
Of being a good leader. Sadly, the true meaning and importance of leadership has been lost with time. Most people think that being a good leader is all about making money or being powerful, and yet we constantly hear of employees resigning from top multinational corporations because of poor leadership. A bad leader can break a company, but a good one will bring people together. That's why a lot of people would rather work for less pay but with a leader who understands and appreciates them. We know that whenever you think of great leaders, you'll picture people like Bill Gates, Elon Musk, and Kamala Harris. But it's not just about the people at the top of the food chain. Being a leader has nothing to do with power or success. Anyone can be a leader if they understand what it really means. And here's where it gets interesting. You might think leadership is just about managing a group of people. After all, isn't that what leaders do? Well, you couldn't be more wrong. So why don't you sit tight as we explore why it's crucial to be a leader and how you can be one. Welcome to ALUX. Why is leadership important? A great leader isn't just someone giving orders, bringing innovation, or creating value. A leader is someone who helps those around them to be at their best. They create an environment where people can gather and create value through collaboration. And this is why people you look up to as great leaders do well in their respective industries. They work with their employees to achieve success. Humans are social animals by nature. We thrive when we work together. But lately, people have become more focused on themselves. Individuality is being pushed as the key to success, and group dynamics are being left behind. But a leader takes those individuals and makes them a community. A leader guides people so they can achieve their potential, not only on their own, but through work with others as well. But our idea of leadership has been distorted, and now we think of power and money as measures of a good leader. But there are leaders everywhere in life, like our parents and teachers. Their role as guides is fundamental to the well-being of society. And just like they nurture and develop us as we grow into adults, so must a good leader develop the people that are under their charge. If you want those you lead to stick with you for a long time, you must lead intelligently and be mindful of their needs. And while our notions of leadership are kind of distorted, people are becoming increasingly more aware of the necessity of good leadership in today's globalized economy. Even more importantly, they have higher expectations of the people they choose to follow in terms of leadership. A good leader can boost morale and improve the relationship between their employees. And building these relationships creates trust that contributes to the creation of an open and honest culture across the company. We can also name several other benefits, like leadership inspiring confidence, improving employee engagement, and enabling innovation. Take a look at Google, for example. As we discussed in our video on Google and innovation, their unique approach to creativity and empowering their employees has made them the company they are today. And they achieved this by giving their employees the space to be creative and encouraging them to do so. So instead of asking yourself, "Am I a great leader?" ask if you're doing what's best by the people who trust you to lead them. And to do that, you need to think about what makes a great leader and then how to become one. Characteristics of a great leader. Even though there are many different types of leadership, all great leaders have certain characteristics in common. They're good listeners. Since great leaders understand that listening is the cornerstone to effective communication, they always give listening precedence over talking. They're constant learners. Great leaders are constantly seeking to learn from the experiences of others, whether through books, seminars, or mentors. Cultivating a great mindset is essential for effective leadership. Even better is to cultivate it in others, like Google does. They're service-driven. Great leaders understand that the most effective way to influence people is to assist them in achieving their goals. Finding ways to help others will ultimately help yourself and the team. They're healthy. Ever heard of the quote, "The greatest wealth is health"? You probably have. Great leaders recognize that in order to give their full potential, they must take care of their physical and mental health, since it's critical for productivity. And not only theirs, but also that of those they lead. It's important to take care of yourself and others. They're accountable. Leaders don't blame others for their actions, and they take responsibility for the outcomes. People respect those that can admit their mistakes and look for solutions. They're focused. The word focus simply means follow one course until success. And great leaders recognize what matters most and focus their efforts on it. They have empathy. If you want to be a great leader, you need to be emotionally wise and care about helping people and putting yourself in their position. If you can work on all of these qualities, you will be a great leader. However,
all right, so we're gonna stop here, but if you want to see the whole thing, this is from Alex, and I shared that link on chat window. Did you guys hear it okay? Those of you guys online?
Yeah, it sounded good, I think.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. Again, as they were mentioning in here, these are all different qualities that leaders possess today. But what we want to focus on is how we are leading in this new paradigm. So in the past, they used to in companies, and I remember when I first got out of college, I hadn't worked for a big organization before, so I didn't really know what to expect from leadership or the management of the company I was with. And it was very much like what they're describing here. There was stability, a lot of control. They were thriving on competition. Everything had to be very uniform, and there was a lot of self-centered hero types in the workplace. Where today we're changing all that, so we're moving to change management, how to make things better, more efficient, not get stuck in our old ways, or how do we empower our team members, right, to do greater and better things. So the new generation has great ideas on how to make things a lot better. Work a lot on collaboration and diversity. So we want to bring different insights into the teams. We don't want just one person dictating what everyone should be doing or working on. And then having a higher purpose. So it's not about the leader and what they get out of it. It's the whole organization working together towards a common goal. So what we're going to do is we're going to, again, break that into teams, and we're going to take the first 4. So I want you to think of an organization that, and you can Google this as well, that in the past was stable and focused on stability. So this group right here in the classroom, you guys are going to take the first one. So think or Google an organization that used to be very stable in the past, that now is known for driving change and dealing with crisis management. So it could be any company around the world, but that moved from being focused on stability, and now they're focused on changing and making things better. Okay. Group 2, you guys are gonna. Let me go ahead and go back to the breakout room so you guys remember which group you were at. Okay, so group 2, Adrian, Bethan, Justice, Kevin, and Robert, you guys are going to take the second one. So control. A company that before was all about controlling, whether it was product or the people, and that today they were working on empowering people. So again, it can be any company. You can Google it and see what organization around the world is focusing today on empowering their employees. Okay. Group 2 here, Agaman, Katira, Kyle, Rachel, and Richard. You guys are going to look at an organization that used to be big on competition, and today they are focusing on collaboration instead. Again, it could be any organization, and you can Google that information, come up with a company that today is more focused on collaborating. And then group 3, Bruno, John, Rodrigo, and Shola, if you can look at an organization that used to be more focused on uniformity, and today they are looking to diversify. So they're working on diversity for the organization. So I'll give you guys a few minutes to work on those. And then we're going to talk a little bit more about what this new paradigm shows us, okay? So yeah, so if you guys want to get together and change some ideas for organizations that are driving this, that would be good.
Have stability.
Mhm.
From stability to like it. I was thinking like it's like their focus was more on like maintaining their pillars they have right now instead of trying to change and manage the crisis. The first thing I'm thinking about, I think it's Amazon.
Yeah.
It's the company they change a lot of things and they moving like to improve everything, such as like the Prime and it's called the day one delivery or something like that. They usually didn't do that. So they're constantly changing and improving, and also they have a great return policy, right?
Yeah.
That's the crisis management part. Anything else?
I mean, you talked about everything, I guess.
Great. Nice discussion. Did you have a class between the one we had and this one?
Yeah, I never stop. I take two sessions summary when I finish early.
Yeah. Which ones did you have?
What did that was course? I think. I think leader also.
Yeah.
And another course about motivation. I think that's something like that. And you take vacation?
No, I had the two classes, but they were all online. So
Okay, yeah, I have one online, one in campus last month.
Yeah.
And they must Aida. I never see Aida.
Oh no. Yeah.
I think she's graduate this year.
Okay.
And you?
This is my last two classes.
Oh, okay. Good for you.
I actually have to go back to Denmark the 14th.
Yeah, I want to back to my country also because that I want to like to take appointment with my real advisor.
Mm.
I want to I take more courses because it's easy, but it's like difficult. But you can't finish it.
Yeah, this is my last class as well. I have to go back. When do you have to go back?
The 14th of this month. This month, yeah.
So you're not gonna finish this class?
Yeah. I'm just gonna take it in Denmark.
Online?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you have to go? Because your visa?
No. I just chose to go back. Yeah. Also because I have to go on vacation.
Yeah.
The 22nd. But I'm still gonna be online during the vacation. Don't worry. I have time. And then I have to start school again mid-August. So I'm gonna have the school back in Denmark and this at the same time.
My school started in October.
What?
My classes started in October.
Oh, that's different. Usually August and January. Right?
For me, it's September or October, and then it's March.
Okay. So, but it's still half years, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. It's good that it's not at the same time because August and June and July are like the big seasons for the airports. So there's going to be a lot of traffic there. So you have vacations on March, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. But it's not in the summer, so that kind of sucks.
I mean, usually I have in the summer, but because I'm doing this course.
Oh.
But I had vacations since December till like May, so it's fun.
Oh, that's good.
Like 5 months.
So we're gonna go ahead and start with group 3 this time. So Bruno, John, Rodrigo, and Shola, what did you guys come up with a company that is currently driving diversity?
Yeah, we came up with two companies where we're discussing two companies. One is an organization, a big organization, which is the military, the army, which in the past it used to be more of men in the combat jobs. So if you are not a man, you cannot do certain jobs. But now they are leading toward they are diversifying the whole army, and women can join combat jobs. The leadership roles, women can assume leadership role better. Leaders can be more empathetic, not all the time like with force. Now they are going towards soft power, something like that. Not all the time like it had to be my way or the highway. So now it's more of diversifying the leadership roles and diversifying who can do this, not just one person doing this.
Yeah, great example. And that was very uniform in the past, right? So that we are seeing a lot of diversity going on in the military in general because of that. Yep. I remember I actually joined the Naval Reserve Officer Program when I was in college. And at the time, we couldn't go on ships. Women couldn't go on ships. So you could be in the Navy, but you get stationed in some office somewhere. So eventually I ended up abandoning the program because I was like, I don't want to go in the middle of nowhere and get stuck in the back office for 4 years. So, but now they do that, right? Women are allowed to go in air carriers as well. So
there's a lot of women in aircraft carriers now.
Yeah. So big changes, right?
Yeah.
Across the whole military, and more so today, I think, than ever before. So thank you for that example. So group two, Agman, Kat, Kyle, Rachel, and Rich, what did you guys find as far as collaboration, a company that's focusing more on collaborating these days?
So we talked about two companies. First is Lego. Before they're just competing as a toy company with other competitive companies, but they changed the paradigm to collaboration, whereas they're having a lot of collabs with animes, cartoons, or some other products. Like, let's say, I believe they do have those Japanese products as well with the Lego. So that's a good. We believe that's a good example of a company that changed their paradigm to collaboration. And another one that's uh, with in line with the modern time is the Apple uh, company. Uh, I'm not sure if it's a collaboration, but when last time I read, Apple company is borrowing the technology of Samsung, whereas they're getting their OLED screens from Samsung company, and I think that might be a collaboration from those two companies.
Yeah, definitely. I recently saw the movie about Steve Jobs and how he drove Apple to what it is today. And he wasn't necessarily considered a great leader, but he definitely changed the company in the right direction. So if you guys get a chance to see it, I think it's on Netflix, but really good movie just about how the company evolved over time because they made these changes, right? If they would have been stuck in the old paradigm of doing business, they wouldn't be there what they are today. So thank you for sharing that. How about group one, Adrian, Bessem, Justice, Kevin, and Robert? What did you guys get for companies that are using more empowerment today?
So we actually chose Microsoft because at first when Microsoft started, they were all about command and control, and you're going to do basically what we say. But they did a complete 180, and they did like empower every person. They're trying to empower every person to make them a better person. So it's much better that they did it this way than the command and control, because leadership like that, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly. And not anymore, right? It might have worked in the past because people were working under certain conditions that sometimes afraid of losing their jobs or whatever the reason was. But today, people just won't put up with that kind of thing, right? So they need leadership to change. And I was thinking previously about Kaiser, where I worked as well, where the culture changed over the years. I remember when Obama was president, he was driving a lot of the healthcare costs for the U.S. Where it used to this became very controversial when he was trying to impose companies to provide healthcare for every single employee, and companies just didn't want to do that, right? Because it's very costly. But it kind of blew my mind that all over the world, the government would provide health care for, or companies would provide health care for their employees. In the US, we didn't have that. So there were regulations about having to have car insurance, but there weren't any regulations about having health insurance. So you could die of the side of the road and nothing would happen. And I remember at that time, Kaiser went through a change in leadership. So they actually changed the way Kaiser functioned and did a lot of work in Washington, D.C. with President Obama at the time to drive that change, right? To what organizations need today. So a lot of these companies had to move from the old paradigm to the new paradigm. So thank you for sharing that. And then here in the classroom, what company did you guys find that is moving more towards change or driving change?
We were talking about Amazon, but I actually have a better example. Most of the video game companies right now, the developers, they try to make the most solid and stable game ever, but now they release like an unfinished game and then they change it over time and then do the crisis management over Twitter or something like that. So it's more like this now. So instead of releasing a finished product, they just patch it gradually.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great example. And you were talking earlier about Amazon. So I just did a tour at the Amazon plant in San Diego, and it just blew me away. I mean, there's like no employees there. It's all robotics these days. And if they don't change the way they do things, they're just not going to survive in the future. It's just such a massive distribution center. So if you guys ever get a chance to tour one of the Amazon plants, do it. It's just really eye-opening. I mean, we talk about evolving and using AI and using robotics, but when you see it like happening, like there's not even people managing anything. It's all automated. You see these robots going around and
I have a question for the class member that is in class, Professor.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's just an opinion question, like on how he feels about it. Because of his answer that he gave out. How would you feel about GTA 6? That's been in the process of being to come out for been what 5-10 years, and it hasn't come out due to all the bugs that they've been trying to perfect it. It's cost more than the Dubai building. I think it's cost right now is more than $5 billion, and the reason they haven't put it out because of all the bugs. But if they would pull it out, then they would have to be doing all the patches, just like you were mentioning right now. So would you prefer them to pull it out earlier or wait like how you've been waiting for GTA 6?
Well,
We
a
can
good
wait.
example, Cyberpunk 2077. If the game was released and how it is right now, it will be had a lot more positive reviews than it did. And I think it's the same with the GCA 6. It's a good thing that they waited to patch everything rather than release it and then gradually patch it, because the first week of a release is the most important one. That's everyone's looking at the reviews before buying.
No, that's cool, man. I just wanted because everybody's over here. My older son's over here dying because he's 14 and he's been waiting since last year.
Should have been released 2 months ago.
Thank you for sharing that. All right, so we're gonna take one last 10-minute break, and then we're gonna come back, wrap up chapter 1 and get into chapter 2, and then we'll wrap up. So I'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and keep going with chapter 1. I might have to skip up a few of the slides so that we can go into chapter 2 as well. So the rest of chapter 1 focuses on what leaders tend to focus on when they're leading teams or managing companies. And it's more about sharing the power with their employees, trying to collaborate more, focus more on responsibility and diversity instead of focusing on what we used to in the past, right? So there's a few different theories that we learn in leadership, and I'm going to go ahead and give you guys one per group so you can to help us define it and find an example. And then we're gonna go ahead and talk about some of these other ones that have emerged over the last few years. So let me go back to the breakout room. So group 1, Adrian, Button, Justice, Kev, and Rob, if you guys can look at the great man theories and help us explain what that is, how do we apply that to leadership today, okay? Group 2, Agaman, Kyle, Rach, and Rich, if you guys can look at number 2, trait theories, and help us again define and help us with some examples of how companies are using that today. And then group 3, Bruno, John, Rod, and Shola, if you can look at behavior theories and help us with that definition and what companies are doing today to use that. And in the classroom, if you guys can look at number 4, contingency theories. So if you can look up definition and help us with some examples, and I'll talk a little bit more about 6 and 7, which are relational and emerging theories, okay? So I'll give you guys a few minutes to come up with those definitions and examples, and then we'll come back and share that with the larger group.
Okay, so contingency theory says that there is no single best way to lead, organize, or make decisions.
Yeah.
So it means that it depends on specific cases.
Okay.
So leader have to make sometimes correct decisions, or for example, irrational decisions that they're maybe not the best, but at this sort of point that it's the best if like there's a problem or like disruption or crisis or something. So
yeah, in case of like emergencies, there's like a contingency to like, but there's not necessarily like what's called a standard for it, but you need something in case of something. Okay, makes sense. It's in the name, that's all. Right.
Because All right, looks like everyone's back. So why don't we start here in the classroom? What did you guys coming up with?
So this theory is the theory that means that there's not the best way, not the best solution. So it depends on different circumstances or problems or like process disruptions. The best decision is made, and maybe it's irrational or ethically not the best overall, but in this case, it is the best.
Right. Yeah. So you have to be flexible, right? Depending on what the situation is, what
the culture of the company, the processes, as well as structure of the company. So there's a lot of circumstances to think about. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for sharing that. How about group 3? Bruno, John, Ron, and Shula, what did you guys get for behavior theories?
So I'll be doing it, Professor. So I'll be explaining the behavioral theory, but in business leadership. Behavioral theory is different than from the great man theory because it does not say a leader is born into a leadership skill. Instead, in behavioral theory, says leadership can be learned through actions, habits, training on how a leader treats their team. In business, this theory is very important because a manager, a team leader or business owner is judged of what they do every day. A leader is not only respected because of their title, a leader is respected because of their behavior. For example, a business leader who communicates clearly, supports employees, sets goals, gives feedback, solves problems, shows leadership through behavior.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for sharing that. And then group 2, Akaman, Kat, Kyle, Rich, and Rich, what did you guys get on trait theories?
For the trait theories, we found out that with this theory, it's the idea that good leaders are born with certain qualities. This is kind of like the opposite of the group 3 spoke about the behavior. This one is more like inborn. Certain qualities like confidence, intelligence, and determination. With those kind of qualities, we that's how the trait theory explains the idea of that theory itself. For example, we talked about the company CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, and with his background, I think he is a computer engineer, uh, and then he opened a company with two other people back in the 90s. And as a background, NVIDIA is a graphics processing unit, and they've had some problems along the way, but with Jensen Huang's skills and intelligence, the company is what now, $1 trillion company. So yeah.
Yeah, big difference, right? Yeah, the leadership makes such a difference. Thank you for sharing that. And group 1, what did you guys get on great man theories?
Okay. The great man theory is one of the earliest theories of leadership. It suggests that great leaders are born with natural quality that makes them effective leaders, rather than becoming leaders through education, training, or experience. And according to this theory, traits such as intelligence, courage, confidence, charisma, and strong decision-making abilities are inherited. And then how this can make or how this can help leadership is one by emphasizing the importance of quality such as confidence, integrity, courage, and vision in effective leaders. It also inspires people to study successful leaders and learn from their behavior and accomplishment. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for sharing that. And then the last few we have, so influence theory is, this applies more for charismatic leaders. So as I was mentioning, when I was at Kaiser Permanente, our leader, the chief investment officer, He just had a lot of charisma. Just his personality was like that. So people would listen to him because he drew the attention of his leaders and he drew the attention of his followers, right? And so that's why he ended up being so successful. It wasn't necessarily because he was trained to be, a leader at Kaiser. The next one was relational theory, and this is more about transformational leaders. So as you guys were talking about Elon Musk, Elon started with one organization, then moved on to trying to come up with electric vehicles and drove that market. Then he transformed the company into the SpaceX company that it is today. So again, that transformation is what they talk about in relational leadership. And then finally, there's emergent leaders, and these are leader theories that talk about changing, right? So you guys were talking about how leaders change according to the situation, the effects, and this is what we talk about in emerging leadership theories as well. So I'm going to show you one last video on chapter 1. This is from Simon Sinek, and Simon has quite a number of really good YouTube videos on leadership. So this is a good YouTube channel to follow if you guys are interested in seeing more leadership techniques and leadership videos. I'll share this one on the chat window, but we're going to watch a few of Simon's videos in this course. So this one's called Leaders versus Managers.
There are two things that I think that great leaders need to have: empathy and perspective. And I think these things are very often forgotten. Leaders are so often so concerned about their status or their position in an organization, they actually forget their real job. And the real job of a leader is not about being in charge, it's about taking care of those in our charge. And I don't think people realize this, and I don't think people train for this. When we're junior, our only responsibility is to be good at our jobs. That's all we really have to do. And some people actually go get advanced educations so that they can be really good at their jobs, accountants or whatever, right? And you show up and you work hard, and the company will give us tons and tons of training how to do our jobs. They'll show us how to use the software. They'll send us away for a few days to get trained in whatever it is that we're doing for the company. And then they expect us to go be good at our jobs. And that's what we do. We work very hard. And if you're good at your job, they'll promote you. And at some point, you'll get promoted to a position where we're now responsible for the people who do the job we used to do, but nobody shows us how to do that. And that's why we get managers and not leaders. Because the reason our managers are micromanaging us is because they actually do know how to do the job better than us. That's what got them promoted. Really what we have to do is go through a transition. Some people make it quickly, some people make it slowly, and unfortunately some people will never make that transition at all. Which is we have to go through this transition of being responsible for the job and then turning into somebody who's now responsible for the people who are responsible for the job. And as I said before, one of the great things that is lacking in most of our companies is that they are not teaching us how to lead. And leadership is a skill like any other. It is a practicable, learnable skill. And it is something that you work on. It's like a muscle. If you practice it all the days, you will get good at it and you will become a strong leader. If you stop practicing, you will become a weak leader. Like parenting, everyone has the capacity to be a parent. Doesn't mean everybody wants to be a parent, and doesn't mean everybody should be a parent. Leadership is the same. We all have the capacity to be a leader. Doesn't mean everybody should be a leader, and it doesn't mean everybody wants to be a leader. And the reason is because it comes at great personal sacrifice. Remember, you're not in charge, you're responsible for those in your charge. That means things like when everything goes right, you have to give away all the credit. And when everything goes wrong, you have to take all the responsibility. That sucks, right? It's things like staying late to show somebody what to do. It's things like when something does actually break, when something goes wrong, instead of yelling and screaming and taking over, you say, Try again. When the overwhelming pressures are not on them, the overwhelming pressures are on us. At the end of the day, great leaders are not responsible for the job. They're responsible for the people who are responsible for the job. They're not even responsible for the results. I love talking to CEOs and say, what's your priority? And they put their hands on their hips all proudly and say, my priority is my customer. I'm like, really? You haven't talked to a customer in 15 years. There's no CEO on the planet responsible for the customer. They're just not. They're responsible for the people who are responsible for the people who are responsible for the customer.
So this is very true what he's saying here about being leaders, right? So this is kind of a learned practice, and not many people actually get trained on being leaders. So my sister works for a large organization. She's head of HR. And that's one of the things that she struggles the most, and she's constantly telling me about it because she's like, you guys should do better in your organization than we do in ours, is that they will promote a manager because they need someone in charge of a group or a project, but those people don't know what they're doing, right? And so they absolutely cannot lead a team if they don't even have any tools to lead a team properly. And some folks, you know, they're kind of natural at it, and they end up becoming leaders over time that are, you know, people look up to. But most of them don't, right? They just don't know how to lead a team or a project. I ended up doing a master's in business administration, and so I learned to lead a team. And I was so excited when I got my first management assignment, and I show up at the office, and I had a group of about 10 people that I was going to lead. And so I laid down all these things that we were going to change and do better. And I was so excited. And the next day, a couple of people from the team came in crying into my office. And they're like, we don't want to change. Everything we're doing is working just fine. Why do you want to drive all this change? We don't want to do that. And I was like, but I'm so excited. It's going to be great. And they're like, no, it's not. And, you know, what we're doing is perfectly fine. And you don't have to come in here and change everything. And so I learned the hard way. I was well intentioned. I wasn't aggressive or mean or anything. It's just that they just did not want to. They didn't want to do that. So that was a good first lesson on listening as opposed to commanding, you know, what needs to be done. But again, a lot of those things you learn as you go, and you learn through, you know, practicing good leadership skills. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that in the next few chapters. So I'm going to switch over to chapter 2 because otherwise we're never going to cover chapter 2 today. So chapter 2 talks about some of those traits that are that make better leaders, right? So we'll go over some of the slides for chapter 2, but this is referring to things such as what they mentioned here, intelligence, honesty, self-confidence, appearing. So some of the good leaders might have these characteristics, but a lot of this can also be learned, right? So if you're learning more techniques, if you're an honest person or learn to be honest, like he was mentioning in the video, take responsibility for what goes wrong or what goes right. So just like I was mentioning, I had a really good leader at Kaiser when I first started. That lasted for about 8 years that I was with Kaiser, and then he left. He went to work for another team. Half of the team left after he was gone, including me. I transferred to another department. And the next leader that I had in the other department was for the physician side of Kaiser. He was awful. He was just the worst leader ever. And yeah, so I had a really hard time, especially coming from someone so progressive and, you know, into their teams. And this guy was just the opposite. and he was losing a lot of the team members. That's why there was an opening in his department, and I ended up falling for it. And I stayed with Kaiser maybe like another year and a half, and then I left. I was like, yeah, I'm not putting up with it.
Experience, but you learn from that for sure.
Yeah, same organization, same type of leadership across the organization, but some of them were much better at this than others, right? And a lot of it has to do with this, what traits they have, what they bring to the table, but also what they learn. So if things are not working, they as a leader, you're supposed to do research, listen, find out what is bringing better leadership to the table. So these are some of the characteristics that they talk about. So they can be personal characteristics. So if a leader is just more energetic, kind of a go-getter, that transpires to the group too, right? If you have a leader that's very kicked back and not necessarily very driven to drive any change, then that's what the group is going to work like. There's also intelligence and ability. So gaining more knowledge, becoming more knowledgeable about the company, the position, the people, that goes a long ways. Personality here, it's talking about, again, being honest, being independent, enthusiastic, all these things. Again, not everyone has that personality, right? But you can adjust to the group or adjust your personality to what you need to drive as a leader. So when I was, I had children that were very young still, and they told we took a class, parenting class at the school, and they said something about, yeah, if your kids watch you kind of stay on your own and not socialize, guess what? They're gonna turn into kind of introverted type of people in the future, right? So it's kind of up to you what you show them, what they're going to turn out to be in the future. And I was thinking at the time I was pretty introverted, and my husband was even worse. So I thought, if I don't step out and show the kids that they need to socialize and be more outspoken and get ahead, they're just gonna become this recluse kids, right? So yeah. So I actually had to step out of my comfort zone and start being more social at school, and inviting people over, and I didn't like it, at the time.
At the end of the days, you will love it in your way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so it took a lot of change of my own personality to drive that change, but I did it for the kids because I didn't want the kids to turn out to be, like I was as a kid, right? So again, leaders have to drive that change themselves. There's social characteristics, and this is more about being conscious, about being cooperating, and being helpful, being sociable. There's also work-related characteristics. Again, they focus more on responsibility, taking account for what the team does wrong, and also praising those when they do well. And then social background is more about education, which hopefully you guys will learn in this class, tools to help you through that as well. So the next one talks about different styles of leadership, autocratic versus democratic. Autocratic obviously is more about being authoritative, more of a strict leader, and sometimes there are situations where you have to be, right? So if you're in the military and it's a matter of life or death, you have to be kind of an autocratic leader. It allow for a democratic leader in those situations. But a lot of times you can be more of a democratic leader in your organization or the workplace, right? So I'll show you this video that talks a little bit more about this. That'll help you understand how that works. It's called Kurt Lewin's Autocratic and Democratic Leadership Styles. And this is from the Business Academy. So copy and share it on the chat window. We'll watch this one next.
Democratic and laissez-faire leadership styles, a key model particularly for the Level 6 leadership module. Lewin outlined a number of different leadership styles, in particular autocratic, democratic, and laissez-faire. We will be going into each of these in this video. Remember that not all styles will be fit for every situation, and actually the best leaders are the ones that can adjust their style and flex it according to their role, the team, or the situation. The first leadership style that we're going to look at is autocratic. The autocratic or authoritative style is where power and authority for planning, organising and decision making are centralised in the hands of the leader. Essentially, the leader keeps all power and control and tells the employees what to do. This can work in times of emergency, such as like with COVID, or in situations where employees are not used to having much power. However, this can be demotivating for some employees. Democratic leadership style. The democratic leadership style is the exact opposite. It's where decision making is decentralized. It's shared by the team via participative processes. So there's democracy here. You get people voting on what's the best. And there is greater group interaction. So people feel involved and accountable for the decisions that they make. The only problem is that it takes a long time to get everyone's viewpoint heard, and they may not be able to gain a consensus. They may not be able to agree. The third and final style is laissez-faire, essentially meaning let them do it. Laissez-faire is where the team is genuinely autonomous and independent, and they're organising their own work and making decisions. So this can work really well with motivated employees who have that accountability to be able to manage their own time. However, it can lead to resentment of the manager and kind of thinking, well, what is the point of you? Because I'm doing all of this, so why are you taking home this wage? So it can lead to resentment long term.
All right, I'm going to stop here. If you want to watch the rest of it, it's from the Business Academy online, and I share that with you on the chat window. But what I wanted to do is I want you to look up an example of an autocratic leader and a democratic leader. So I'm going to put you guys back into the breakout rooms, and then look into an example. You can, again, Google it or check GPT, a leader or a company where they have an autocratic leadership and one that have a democratic leadership, and what dictates that leadership style. So I'll let you guys go back into your breakout rooms, and then we'll come back and share that information with the larger group. So again, in the classroom, if you guys can think of a leader or a company that has more of an autocratic leadership, and why that is, and then one with a democratic leadership style.
Does it have to be organizational?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, the autocratic can be any dictator there is.
Yeah, as I mentioned, in the military is an example of where it's autocratic, but there are companies that have a very autocratic style and they function fine. It's just that's the way. Physicians, sometimes physicians have to be autocratic. They can't afford to, if they have someone's life in their hands,
Yeah.
Or to just be laissez-faire. Oh yeah, the team will take care of it.
Yeah. Physicians usually have an assistant, right? Great.
I mean, for democratic, I think the good example is Microsoft.
Yeah, the Satya guy. Satya Nadella. What does he do that's democratic?
Something, I guess.
Something, I guess. That's a good one.
Yeah, and you guys can go and see what you guys can find images.
Okay, so the factors that make it democratic is employees are forced to share ideas and feedback. Teams from different departments work together to solve different problems. Also, leaders ask for feedback and talk before making their alone decision, so they're not making it alone.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's not alone in creating change and all that.
And also, they have a culture that learn and talk. Like they help each other in the company.
And they listen to employees, encourages teamwork, and include people in decision making. They listen.
But basically, like every big company, like Microsoft, Apple, like everything, they have to be democratic
Yeah.
because very big. And without democratic leadership, it cannot be there.
Yeah, any company that has managers.
Yeah.
Not managers, sorry. What's above managers? Yeah.
Yeah, this is something that has evolved over the years because I remember when my dad used to be in the workforce, he used to hate working for a company because of that, because it was very autocratic back in the day. This was, 50 years ago. And so he ended up working by himself. He's like, I'm not putting up with with a bunch of autocratic leaders telling me what to do.
He do his own job. They couldn't
Yeah. So companies have changed a lot over the years, but yeah, I think they've become more.
And with the AI, I think everything changed now. We need to understand the new things.
Yeah.
The updating.
Exactly. Yeah. So we're gonna go to team one. So Adrian, Besson, Justice, Kev, and Rob. What did you guys come up with as far as companies that drive more an autocratic leadership and one that is more democratic?
We landed on the job or company Apple, and two leaders, two different styles. I guess we'll start with the first one, Tim Cook. He's very democratic leadership, collaborative decision making, focuses on process and people, operational styles. He improves the Apple supply chain, cultural through inclusive processes rather than unilateral commands. And then the other leadership style was autocratic, and it was centralized decision making, more bold unilateral decisions, high control. Jobs was known for micromanaging details, charismatic for demanding. So I guess he just had a vision, he had a style, and that's why he pushed it. And the other one was just trying to sustain. Oh, well, that's what I've got.
Perfect. Thank you for sharing that. Good examples. Group two, Agaman, Kyle, Rich, what did you guys end up getting for autocratic leaders versus democratic?
Actually, Agaman explained it to us clearer, but Agaman, can you go ahead and tell us again what's the
Yeah.
autocratic? Yeah.
Okay. So for the autocratic leadership means the leader makes most decisions and give direction to employees, whereas democratic leadership means the leader asks for employees' ideas and make decisions together with the team. So for example, like in Nepal we have the company named Chaudhary Group, which is an example of an autocratic leadership style because the important decisions are made by the top leaders. And in the other hand, there is a company in Nepal called eSewa, which is a digital wallet in Nepal. So that is a democratic style by like it encourages team members to work and listening to employees' ideas. So both leadership styles can be successful depending on the company's goals and cultures.
Perfect, thank you. And then group 3, Bruno, John, Rod, and Philip, what did you guys end up getting for examples of autocratic versus democratic?
So autocratic, yeah, we came up with Apple as well, Steve Jobs. So his decision making, he liked to make decisions for the company himself, high standard, but that leadership helped the company create groundbreaking products such as the iPhone, the iPad, the MacBook. And for the Democratic, we came up with Satya Nadella from Microsoft. He promotes teamwork, open communication, a growth mindset, and that helped Microsoft strengthen the innovation, employee engagement, and cloud computing growth. And one key takeaway, I would say, just that my opinion, if you go back to Apple, Steve Jobs versus Tim Cook, when he was here, we have diversification of iPhone. Once he's gone, now we have the same iPhone for 6 years. So I will go with Steve Jobs. That's just my opinion.
Yep. Thank you for sharing that. It was good. And here in the classroom, what did you guys come up with?
I think autocratic leadership is when the leader makes decision alone and tells the team what to do. This style is useful in emergency or when quick decisions are needed. Democratic leadership is what the leader listens to employees, ask for their ideas, and make decisions together with the team. I think that democratic leadership helps employees feel respected and motivated.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Yeah. So, yeah, as you can see, there's many different leadership styles, and we are going to go over a lot of them going forward. But again, sometimes leadership styles have to adapt depending on what organization or what culture we're operating in. What projects we need to get done. So a lot of times that changes as well. So I'm gonna stop here on chapter 2 because I do want to go over the homework and give you guys a chance to review what's due for this week. So if you go back to the syllabus, and again, you can do so by going into your GAP page and just opening up before your course begins and click on course syllabus. You're gonna see that the week 1 assignment is here. So they want you to read chapters 1 and 2 this week and also work through the Leadership Challenge workbook and do chapters 1 and 2 there as well. Now, the homework for this week is a leadership discussion question, and what they want you to do is write at least 150 words answering the following questions. Do you think there are so few people who succeed at both management and leadership? Why or why not? Is it reasonable to believe that someone can be good at both? And discuss this with examples. Make sure that you cite outside resources, and then you also want to put a 100-word response to at least 2 peers. So again, remember to do this because otherwise you'll lose points if you don't have a peer response in there. So the original response was due last Wednesday, so yesterday, but if you didn't get a chance to respond, it's okay. You can still turn it in this today or tomorrow. And you want to complete your peer responses by Sunday. Okay. Any questions on how we do that? And this, you can use Google or ChatGPT or whatever tool you're using. That's okay. For the discussion question, you can use that, okay, to help you with those responses. Any questions on that? Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
Okay, so I see the discussion question. What is the post DQ, post 2 DQ? Oh, that's this. Okay.
Yeah, it's just answering the question. So when you go to the assignment this week, let me go back. So you go to week 1, you click on this week 1 leadership, and then all you do is you click on this discussion question, and then post your item here by hitting the reply button. Okay, and then you're gonna also reply to 2 of your teammates as well, or I should say fellow classmates.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Any questions on that? All right. The other thing that you're gonna want to work on is the team project. So this week, all you have to do is the team lead will need to post, and you can do this in a Word document or Excel document or PDF. So you want to go ahead and upload a list of your team members and who is the team lead. So Shola, I show you as team lead for team 3. Adrian, I show you as team lead for team 1. Kyle, I show you as team lead for team 2. And then Oleg, I see you as team lead for team 4. So those 4 leaders, you want to make a list of the people in your teams, and then put in there who the team lead is, and then upload it on the gap assignment. So when you go in here, to week 1, there's an assignment here about team project selection. You just click on it and you upload this team sheet. Okay. Any questions on that?
I can just upload it on behalf of our team.
Yeah, you can be leader.
Yeah, that would be great. So the team lead can upload it for the rest of the team, and then I can give you guys all credit. Okay. So the final team project is going to involve the following. So there's a couple of pages on page 6 and 7 of the syllabus that talks about what you're going to be working on. So we're going to be meeting with your team every week, the last few minutes of class, to go over this so that you start putting together presentations. So what you're going to be doing is you're going to select 3 different leaders from different companies. Excuse me. And each company that you select must have a different purpose. So you can select from the list here. So it can be a for-profit, a nonprofit, a small business, a consulting firm, or a community type of company. So you can't pick 3 leaders like, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, because that would be all for-profit corporations, right? So you want to pick one of a leader from each of the different categories of organization. And then once you guys come up with 3 leaders, and maybe some of you already started looking at some leaders that you presented in the class discussion today, so you can definitely use some of that information already. But I'll let you guys choose and decide on which 3 you're going to choose. The next step is you want to look at the questions in an interview setting. So, for example, if you pick a company leader that you will actually verbally interview, that's totally fine. So these are the questions you want to ask. But if you pick a leader that's head of a corporation like Amazon, then you would probably have to Google some of this information, unless you're very acquainted with Jeff Bezos, which I don't think a lot of people are. But so what you want to do in the interview is you will be asking the same questions that they come up in here in the syllabus. So and then you're gonna go ahead and write an analysis for each of them. So you're gonna, here it says you're gonna develop a PowerPoint presentation, but you can just do Google Slides, and you should have about 8 slides, and expect to do a presentation of about 5 minutes each per person, right? 3 to 5 minutes per person. So again, all this information is on page 6 and 7 of the syllabus. We are going to be working on this step by step, so you don't have to come up with 3 leaders today. We're going to be meeting again every week, and then discussing this in more detail, but start thinking of what leaders you might want to bring up. And it can be any kind of leader. It's just that you have to pick 3 different ones coming from 3 different type of organizations. And it can be anywhere around the world. Doesn't have to be US based. Okay. Does that make sense? Questions on that?
Yes. Professor?
Yeah.
So most of us are online. Just in case of our group leader has anything like technical problems, is it okay if one of our other group members submits the project and that counts for everybody?
Yeah, of course. Yep. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, just as long as I get 1 charter per group. Usually I'll ask the leaders to follow up on that, but if the leader cannot upload it, someone else on your team can.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and wrap up today. If you have any questions and you want to stay behind and ask me, feel free to do so. Otherwise, you're free to leave, and we'll meet back again next week. Hope you have a good 4th of July weekend. Tomorrow's a holiday at the school as well. So you guys can
Thank you, Professor.
this time off.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Have a good
Thanks,
one.
Professor. Have a good weekend.
Professor.
Thank you,
Thank
Professor.
you, Professor.